Hello, hi everyone. I hope you're all doing good. We're playing more Ace Attorney today. We should be going into the adventure of the runaway room, which I have no idea what that even means, how a room can run away, but we're doing it. I might get interrupted because I have some parcels that will be delivered for, you know, Christmas presents and stuff like that. So don't be startled if you hear my doorbell, though you probably will be startled because it's very loud. But I'm sorry beforehand. Just so you know, just so you're aware that might happen. But yeah, here we are. The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Let's start playing. Yeah, we should be in London now, I guess.
Over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter.
Oh.
A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself.
Oh.
However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner.
An obvious case, huh?
Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Oh, Herlock
once
Sholmes
said of the
again.
incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude.
Oh.
The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Okay. Fancy. Thrall, congrats on being first. Welcome. I hope you're well. Oh, it's looking fancy.
Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen
I like
such
his
an
cap.
enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
Oh, well, there we are. God. Can I even... BRB. Right, sorry about that. I wasn't expecting them to arrive so early into the stream. But at least they're here. Do I want to skip this? No, I don't.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
They seem so friendly. I'm not used to that
In
from
that
London.
This Supreme
But this is
Court
early
might
London,
if
so
you
I
wouldn't
guess
My pleasure.
that makes more sense. Zach, hello.
I suppose you're
Welcome,
visiting
welcome.
students from abroad, eh?
I hope you're well.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
The center of the world. I don't know if it can be called that anymore. Doing good, nice, nice. I'm doing good myself, thank you. I just had to run for a parcel after I was waiting for them. And then of course, they show up the moment I start streaming, you know? It's just the way of things, I guess. But, I mean, there's another one that should be arriving as well. Because there were two that I got now, and then one more that's with a different delivery service. And those should be between 2 and 4, so they shouldn't show up yet. But just to keep in mind. Okay, Supreme Court. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. Looks like a fortress. Why are there so many gears around? They always show up when it's least convenient, of course. They just somehow know. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wooden paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice? We had instructions to report here at this time, if circumstances were different. Right. With the murder and all. Did they say they come at 5 and you dare to leave the house for 30 minutes around 2? Well, you missed the delivery. Yep. Yep. To be honest, their time... the time frames have become better over time. I haven't had it recently that they like massively over or undershot. The only one I had was last Sunday last Saturday. Oh wait, it was Friday and then Saturday I got it. But yeah, Saturday they sent me an email of like, it's been delivered, and it wasn't delivered. And then I got it in the mail on Saturday. So that was annoying. But that's just them marking it as delivered too early. Which is... I don't know why they do that, but you know. Depending on the company here, they can over or undershoot by literal days. That's weird. I haven't had that problem, luckily. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity. As envoys, to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yeah. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it's the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers, so that's the second reason why we're here. to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. I hope so too. Otherwise it will be a short game. Good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan? No? Seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. Rinosuke, that's probably not something you should say to this guy. If you want to be a lawyer. I don't know. Aura, hello. I hope you're well. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Rinosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Like the doves flying in the background. Yes, thank you. Ah, we can converse. Nice. So let's talk about London. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, well... I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Miss Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh, yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great Exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself, yeah. It's easy for the Londoners to be like, yeah, it's the center of the world. We are so good. We are so great. Oh my god. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. I mean, I guess, in a way. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Sogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard a steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. You tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy. I see that this is true. And it's with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, don't look at me like that. Why am I the focus of attention here? This is it then. The moment of truth. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would like to consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, but without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Sogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? Who could be described as a lawyer? It's Mrs. Sato. Oh, no, there is no one. Let's just say that there's no one. We're just gonna go back home to Japan. No, it's me. It's me. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say? And yet you still claim to be a lawyer? I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details... I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Sogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo, it was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted, a perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes. That's my attention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter reflection there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Okay, what is this test? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. Murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exceptions. Presumably you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law? We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, you'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asoki. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? I mean, yeah, what else? Like, go back home? Sure. How hard can it be, right? Surely it's not that problematic. Oh wait, what did you say? If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Mrs. Zato. But what could I do? It's alright. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Mrs. Addo means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable. And I feel the exact same way. Robin, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone. Aura, can you give Robin a shout out? How was the stream? How was satisfactory, right? Was it? My spoon, welcome, welcome. We're trying to convince this man to let us become lawyer in Great Britain, which is apparently difficult. It was quite satisfactory, nice. You need to set up a new goal for charity. Oh, did you already hit it? Nice. Very good. Oh wait, I clicked out of the game. Aura, are you still there? Can you give Robin a shout out? Or do I need to do it? I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh? Was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. Jeez, I can't talk sometimes. And that is you. Really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. God, he's very precise, isn't he? So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. Well then, he's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. What do we even have? We have our armband. The armband of Kazuma. That's it. We have nothing else. Can we examine this place? Oh, cool. Careful, from this position I can perform a Susato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts imminently. Yeah, we don't have time. Okay. Okay. She's basically like, don't waste our time right now. Okay. London's highest criminal court with an illustrious past, the Old Bailey. This is where I'm to take my test and prove my worthiness as a lawyer. London. I'm sure the people from London will be lovely, right? Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could be so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway... anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. Feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam, sir. Oh my god. What are you doing? Follow me here. Things are fair desperate, aren't they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange faraway land? Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving yous 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Miss Susato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Jeez. Don't throw coins at people. Oh, that hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to ya, no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dark. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is... Don't worry about the ting. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. So, we're getting paid for the job we were already going to do. I mean, you know, yeah, cool. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Blustering blazes, do you not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names? No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there in the center of London is another beautiful park. Sorry? Park? What? It's called McGill Park. Full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park? In central London? A city of smiles. That's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its square old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But now they've the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask ya? Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves, while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I saying after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor of Valley claims to have more money than the Queen, but if that's true, why the blazes can he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well? Well... What was wrong? Although, it is a little strange to be honest. Well, you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did you just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barrack from Zeke's. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zeek stands for the prosecution, they call the accused as sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached a desperate situation, where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barrack von Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talent isn't the word you're looking for, Malin. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I had decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? It is no accident, I can assure you of that. It is fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Well, I'm sure this will be fine. We don't know anything, and we're going to try and lawyer our way through a case. We don't have any evidence. We don't know anyone at all. We're in a foreign country, foreign government, foreign political system. No evidence, no nothing. We haven't got the time to actually investigate anything. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure this is perfectly fine. Mr. Naruhodo. The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would have never allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. We'll be fine. We'll be fine, I'm sure. Oh. I like the decoration. The scales of justice. Oh, and there's like a council. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. There you are. Thank you, Aura. I was wondering where you were. Thank you for the shout out to Robin. The centuries of history in this place, helpful, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. We're cuddling the cat. You know, fair. Cat cuddling is very important. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah? What? Oh no, he's already stressed. Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. Oh. There's the judge. It's Santa Claus! I mean, he looks kind of like Santa Claus. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Is he a vampire? What is this? Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready, and I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord? You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I have already said, my lord, it is a grand thing to give opportunities to the young, even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the danger to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the Great British Empire proud. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please, may we go and play in McGill Park? Seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. No. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you. God, I don't know if I can keep up that voice. That you six members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we need to dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. I've committed now, I know. Also welcome, Darius. Ha! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. Oh, she doesn't even say anything. That's the best ones where I don't have to make up a voice. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Ah, Mr. Naruhodos. These people are... the jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. I feel like the guy with the knife shouldn't be able to have a knife in court, but, you know, that's fine. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor... God, it's already... Prosecutor from Zeeks. Von Zeeks. My lord? It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy, rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. You must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks, known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Zoo and friends, thank you for the raid. Wind, Lucille T, Riskjoy, Direct View raid, thank you Wind. Welcome everyone. Thank you so much. Oh, you were playing Play-Doh, nice. I hope you had a good time with it. It's a wonderful game. We're in court, we're trying to defend the person and we don't know anything about the case. I'm sure it's gonna go just fine. We don't need to know stuff to defend someone, right? We don't need evidence. Evidence is overrated. We don't have anything. I mean, we don't know much at all. And surely, knowing the first things... Well, hearing the first time about this case in the court where you're trying to defend someone is probably the best way to do it. It's probably the best way. Especially when you have a vampire prosecutor against you. At least I assume he's a vampire, just by virtue of the way he's dressed, how pale he is, and the fact that he's known as the Reaper or something. So, you know, he must be a vampire. There's no way he's not. No way, no evidence is needed. You got this exactly. It's fine when you assume someone is a vampire. Yeah. Yeah, because he's obviously a vampire. I mean... But yeah, welcome everyone. I hope you had a good time. And hopefully we'll continue having a good time and not get someone sent to the gallows. Because it's basically a life or death situation, which is not great. I don't want that on my conscience, but we got thrown into this. It's fine. I'm sure we'll be fine. Hopefully. The victim was a maker of building bricks, known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry? Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. Okay. Pretty fancy. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. Okay, nice. We have evidence. Okay, we'll have to read that in a second. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord, is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. Well, thank you for the follow, Kazoo and friends. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. And Lucille T as well, thank you so much. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? Well, that's not a good start to the case. That's really not a good start. Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. Well, okay. How are we gonna defend someone who already has blood on his gloves? I'm sure it's fine. How did I get into this? I'm back to the recorder before I even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded? To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in the carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Tilting, lilting so it is, and when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before me in my life. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from the stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Well, this seems to be getting worse and worse. Order! Order! God, why was it spelled like that? When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Okay. They look like fine gentlemen. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First, Lady First. I make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnessed to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Okay, what did they see? It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Especially with 3 continuous, testimonies that they all, line up. That's quite bad. That's quite damning. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. Okay, let me actually look at the evidence here. Okay, the victim, thrice-fired mason, 54, brickmaker, 15th of February, 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus, died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Okay. And we have him being stabbed, face is partially obscured. There's a button missing. Interestingly enough. That might be a clue. On the gloves. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. McGill right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with the coin in his right hand earlier. Ha, pity. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. True. Anything else? Nothing weird about the gloves. Doesn't look like it. Okay. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, Counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outside, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning. Zelda, hello. Thank you for the hydrate. You're welcome. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean, the actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff? Bring forth the stricken omnibus. He's got you sweating? Yeah. I mean, it seems kind of damning, doesn't it? They've got 3 witnesses, lots of evidence, and the only person who could have done it, what looks like, is the guy we're trying to defend. And if we fail this case, to make things worse, if we fail this, then we get sent back to Japan. It's not great. It's not great. How am I today? I'm doing good. I'm a little bit tired because I went to bed at around 3:30, which I probably shouldn't have done. But, you know, that's how it goes sometimes. But yeah, otherwise doing really good. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. Keeping is important. It is. It is. But how are you, Zelda? I hope you're well too. I did sleep. You're fine, that's good. But yeah, I did sleep. I just slept less than I probably should have. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside in the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. A skylight? Oh. The penny drops at last, I see. These two gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. You know, I mean, that's fair. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. Can we inspect it a lot? I guess so. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. Okay, let me look at this. Can we like open it? Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. Horrible. Oh my god. Nice. Well, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. This seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. And only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she would have to be seated here. A woman in a kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? They can be. They can be. That's blood that soaked into the seat. The victim's, obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark. And there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Okay. Interesting, so we can go back out. Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then. Okay. So we can look at the skylight. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Phoenix Wright Omnibus. Phoenix Wright Omnibus. What do you mean Phoenix Wright Omnibus? Phoenix Wright isn't even a thing, right? Yet, at this time. Easter egg, I think? Probably. So is there anything else inside that I could have missed or something? Like anything... Like maybe I can open this. Oh, there's a handle. Yeah, there we go. What's this? All sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoe tools. It's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to store their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Okay. This one doesn't have a handle. A great exhibition. Okay, that's still... I don't know. Is there nothing else? Huh. Well, I thought for sure I would find something. But no. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. I mean, yeah. I did. Cross-examination. Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. What is the issue now? Why is there Dracula? So, he is the prosecutor, of course. He's known as the Reaper. And we are the defense because no one else... Baroque von Zieks is his name. Van Zieks. And this is the person we're defending, Magnus McGilded. So because he is the prosecutor, apparently no one wanted to defend this guy. Because he never fails or something. Supposedly the souls of those he prosecutes are eternally damned one way or another, it says. Which, I mean... kind of spooky. This is the victim. Yeah, it seems a very, like, open and shut case. Like, well, all the evidence is there. The guy definitely did it. He's the only one who could have done it. Yeah, you know, it's that kind of case. So no one wants to deal with it. We get assigned it. And if we don't win, if we don't succeed, then we get sent back to Japan. And our study trip is over. So we basically have to. Okay, it was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remembered well. Let's press things, why not? It was some time after 10, wasn't it? That's right, yes, ever so cold it was, freezing in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at a time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, not traveling on the same part of the bus, of course, no. You think he's cold? He is, yeah. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted, for example? You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that, no. They don't seem to be reacting, so... Someone get the man at Snuggie, it'll blow his mind. Yeah, especially in like the 1900s. They wouldn't know what a Snuggie is. I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does, every evening the last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, so sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spent that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. Aw, poor Beppo. I feel bad for him. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Wait, sat next to each other?
Hold it!
Interesting. You saw them through the skylight and the roof of the carriage. That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Mr. McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. So, because he was short, huh? Okay. Let's not forget, then, when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair dinkum, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord. Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be, every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. Wow. Fancy system. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it is my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. That's not good. What is happening here? Let me see. Yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Oh, this is a nightmare. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed I did. Couldn't help it.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. If that stresses you, it keeps falling off. I've been thinking about new hat design, you see. I was just gazing absent-mindedly around, but then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly, that huge great knife. A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. jury look like they're even more convinced by my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGill is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First? Yes, sir? Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief, yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that... Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through a heart. Of course he makes a stake reference because he's a vampire. Of course he does. I mean, why not? That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please no. M, for Magnus, perhaps? Or McGilded, possibly? Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
Stop. But there are M's everywhere. Yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. Well, it's getting worse and worse. Oh no. Okay, let me look at this for a second. Where's the M? Oh, well, there it is. But what if it's a W? What if it's a W? What is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. See, great minds. We're like one mind. This is one of those, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know it all, but what I'm sure of is that this is an M. Oh, well, that idea was quickly squashed. Oh. Apparently she doesn't think so. That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry. Yes, I just don't really like blades. Oh. Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. Fair point. Fair point. It's not a blade. That's Kazuma's soul. I mean... Yeah... I guess... Is it though? Is it though? I feel like it could be both a blade and someone's soul. Let's see what the blade looks like. Oh, it's very bloody. Oh, that looks like a lot of blood. It surely is blood. The victim's. An Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Yeah. Gee, what a surprise. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. The knife did it. Oh, of course. It just stabbed itself into the gut, and then McGilded tried to stop the knife and thus got blood on his hands. It makes sense. It just makes sense. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman. and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of rubbish. Well, okay then. No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I'm now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Oh no. Oh no. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who've proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. But we've pressed all of them, right? Oh no, wait, not this one. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus and then I saw it too.
Hold it!
Let's press that. What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. Wait, but he wasn't collapsed on the floor, right? Because we have a picture of him sitting in the thing. They put him back. By the passenger, obviously you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Wouldn't there be blood on the floor? Exactly, yeah. I mean, we have a photo of him sitting there. What do you mean collapsed on the floor? Interesting, yeah. And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand, like this. But the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you, too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. Oh my god. No, please, just keep an open mind. Gee up now, Silverblaze. The finish is in sight. Well, at least the old granny is just not paying attention. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. But I think this is supposed to be one of those cases where you just... everything is against you and it's like seems unwinnable, like 5 against 1, like only one more and then it's over type situation. But then you bring it back real strong, hopefully. I think that's the idea. This is too unkind, sir. This now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear? What can I do for you? You've heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh yes, I certainly have. Still got me my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. And there's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on the Londoner's face, as he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman who would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, maybe go to the McGill Public Library later and borrow some more books? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of a man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city, claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows. McGilded lends his money at extortionate rates of interest so his victims have no hopes of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Oh. God, I'll be right back. Right, sorry about that. My doorbell sucks, as you just all heard. Was a parcel. There will be no more, so you don't have to be afraid of more doorbell ringing. That's the doorbell. Yeah, it's my awful doorbell that I hate. It's not good. Who was it? It was just a delivery. Just a parcel. The faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Pizza delivery? Oh, if only. Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that. The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house, yet not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. Don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Mrs. Sato. You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where's the evidence to support your claim? But where did that come from? Why does he suddenly have wine? Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Aha, there it is. Lord Vanitziek's hallowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in an unexpectedly acute humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. Hallowed chalice, apparently. I don't know why this is normal for them. Like, yeah, this guy that looks like a vampire has a hallowed chalice. Everyone he prosecutes for dies, no matter if they're pronounced guilty or not. Like, kinda sus, if you ask me. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. At least we're getting more evidence. But I don't know if it's too late. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Okay. It includes the victim who owed 20 guineas. Oh. Ah, yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum, and the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Oh, bit of a hiccup. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. No! Ma'am. Still. Maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute. Let's think about this. I don't stand for nonsense. No! No! F. Small money, welcome. You're a bit late with the raid, but better late than never, right? I hope you're well. That was it. The last juror's decision. How does this work now? According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict? It's over then. Oh. There's a footnote though. A footnote? However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Oh no. However, what can we do? Actually, I want to open this. We will not find Mr. Shom's name inside. Hopefully not, yeah. Let's see. Okay, what have we got here? It's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this. Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should it mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Oh, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? Look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Oh, I mean, if he gets, of course, if the banker gets the guy a guilty verdict, then he doesn't have to repay the 20 guineas, right? You're watching a movie? Nice. I hope it was good. I mean, that gives him a ample opportunity to lie, or a reason to lie, rather. And he has an opportunity to lie now, as well. What about the other two, though? Well, is it even helpful, though? What is gonna happen now? Lei, hello. Welcome. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. Hello there. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Mrs. Otto, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes. You were in the middle of saying something before. A footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next? Oh yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. And the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. A summation examination? A summation examination? From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Ah. Judging from the binding, I would say that the book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Mrs. Sato? This so-called summation examination? Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. You demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Nipponese. Wow. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions, and it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions? Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But the procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Judging just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. You always put off responding until you forget, which doesn't take long. It's maybe why people don't talk to you much. Oh, Aura! I would talk to you more, I just don't have much to say myself. I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? assert our right. I mean, it's our only chance, really. Nicely. Congrats on your 3-stream streak. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this case, in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Woman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so, all members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they've reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. Like, if you can't tell someone why you reached the decision of, like, condemning a man to death, maybe you shouldn't have done it, you know? Maybe. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. It seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial round. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime. Okay. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. Could trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. Four passengers totaling 20 pence. And the price is not above 4. Huh? Now, my math might be off, you know, but I'm pretty sure 4 times 4 is not 20. You know? I think. I'm pretty sure. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments though, do they? Let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. And what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Snorhodo. Right, I'm sorry. You have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the juror's own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. You must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if you can identify any contradictory statements. If you can, we can then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. I might be able to pull this off. Oh, that's not right. I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Okay. Can we use the sword? Can we just cut them all down? Be like, there's no jury anymore, so, what now? There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. So, Pit. That one.
Objection!
These 2 statements clearly contradict each other. They do. Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silverblaze's maiden name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question, and according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is, a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each, if you do the multiplication. It would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. Figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes. In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious. This can't be right. Coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news would surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he let a nefarious character ride his omnibus. Alright then. How do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. Oh. He did a thing. Oh, this is all very irritating. Juror number 1 really wants him to be convicted. I don't trust this man at all. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. Yeah, we do it. We do it. For the love of Mike. Wait, who's Mike? Not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where we must strike next. We need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly. You can do it. Can we? I hope so. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. I do like the word summation examination. Or the term, I guess. I'm changing my leaning to innocent. I should like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. Okay, stuck the chap next to him like this. Brazen, I must say, absolutely brazen. I've simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. Beppo, this trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of the corruption. Oh, these, yeah. The stabbing ones.
Objection!
Because the lady stabs down and he steps sideways. Because she says he was on the floor and the other guy says which is right, is that he was still seated and he stabbed him next to him, right? Have a good lurk, Zelda. What? Explain, counsel, post haste. Oh dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see that I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches, what a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. Yes, old lady. Get him. The scales. I don't believe it. Wait. Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. What? If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Dark Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say, the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and his young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and his old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. Well, okay. We're really ready to kill each other now. It's fine, though. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? It's out of the question. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What? What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me proof. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by the autopsy report. It says a single stab wound. Stabbed once in the abdomen.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Alright, I concede defeat. Nice. Got him. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. Well, not won, but... What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair of his head. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in quite a remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. And the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue the pursuit of truth. So, Lord Van Zeeks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Oh, he's pouring another one. This man. No, just smelling it. Oh! Did you... Why did you break it? It was a nice chalice. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. But Lord Van Zeeks... I don't know, is it cold in here or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as the self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Oh, he took off his cloak. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Okay, there they are. Witnesses. I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure. Oh yes, sir. That I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Yes, sir. I heard it. Enough talk. Have at you. You found me. You, sir, on the end. The coachman. I believe it's Beppo? Yes, sir. My lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh mio Dio. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Okay. I only carried four passengers that night, I swear it, but well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He filled it us on the ferry, did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed, and yes, he did. I think so, yes. I think so. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The Guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm so sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir. I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. Yeah, I mean... It would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. Okay.
Hold it!
But what? So there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right? It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. It was so cold. It was all I could do to stop myself from passing out. I'm getting chilblains just listening to you. It was terrible. So I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running.
Excuse me!
Look, why are you being so... How can I help you, sir? The last statement, does it trouble you in some way? Oh, not particularly, see, no. If anything, he's troubling me with that hat of his, yeah. I hope my hat's not troubling you, sir. I'm still just an apprentice, you see. Yeah, just like... Oh, he's just always trembling, apparently. 5 pence, huh? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. And I just told you that I did. A flat fare of 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. So-called discrepancy, my learned friend identified, was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead and buried. Okay. He fiddled us on the ferry, did, and then I saw that carrying sight as well. Okay. You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw the horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming. Even when I'm eating. Can I show you this knife? No, dude. That would be mean. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Let's press it again. So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, as of yet no evidence. Then what are you all wasting time for, huh? It's black and white. This man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow we managed to keep our chance alive here. Not careful when you press these witnesses. The danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. But we can't let the fear of that stop us from getting helpful information, that's true. Okay, I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses. Yeah, I need to pursue someone. you... Earlier you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose I might have, you know, just put the cart before the horse, maybe? What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seat of the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, yes, I saw through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I? There we go. Good day, sir. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. You didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that, eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? No chance. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spent your time peeping through a skylight at the top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, Olive, you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it clear as Ballarat Day. As a Ballarat Day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me, if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that, all right? I'll tell you just how grim it was. You think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man? Long ago, this trial very... Wait. Was that all that he added? Okay. I thought there was more. Okay, let me go through again. Blood-soaked hands after a butcher stabbed the man. I guess.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands. Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilder, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain here, but as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. God, but no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here, then? That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said, yarg, it was both hands. He's not having a good time. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth? Well, It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. God, why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. They claim to have no reason to lie, but is that really the case? No. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if he had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, he could turn the tide in this trial completely. There is evidence. My lord. Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes. Evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Gah! Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates the motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worth being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Yay! We did it, sort of. Order! Order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord? Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have the most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you, or did you not, see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right. Now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. McGilded's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. I mean, then that just means that there must be a third person there, right? Because for one, through the skylight, they've already said that they couldn't clearly see the people. They knew it was a man of importance, like they were dressed finely, but they didn't know. And they were short, but they didn't know it was the actual person. They couldn't have known. And then there's blood on both of his hands, while only one of the defendant's gloves was stained. So there's not really... The only possible explanation I have is that there was another person there. Because otherwise, just the evidence doesn't line up. Inosuke is dying, but that's okay. It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all your witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yes. Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly, at least. At last. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Okay. What they really saw... There was blood on both hands of the assailants. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired. Take you on, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attackers' hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth of the fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. Okay. So what I want to go to the last statement here. And there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. I want to press that. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus. That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering, but it was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, and it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. Let me look at... I want to look at the omnibus. Is there like a lock from the inside? Can we see that? I mean... There's not really a lock to speak of. But maybe that's just not drawn in, I don't know. I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? No. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck, is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated? What? I mean, so if they're sitting here, you can't really look at the skylight unless you're like going behind yourself, right? So here, probably, right?
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I have an inkling. I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. But how did he get another chalice? He broke the last one. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. That does not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn this trial in my favor. On the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was... Mel Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. Oh my god. I don't think I actually have. Oh god. Hi Summit, welcome. It was Baroque van Zieks himself.
Take that!
Concealed in the blind spot of the cabin at night was none other than this unexpected passenger. Whatever so-called logic you use to arrive at that conclusion, it matters not, because your answer has made one thing abundantly clear. The real blind spot is inside your head, and it would appear to be unusually large. Okay, well, I don't... Can I... I hope you're doing well, Summit. Okay, well, there's nothing else around here. We're not... Is there nothing else in here? I don't know what I can do here. Mr. Naruhodo, our task here is to defend Mr. McGilded, and we are working on the assumption that he is innocent of this crime. Yes, of course. Why? That must mean, then, that there was someone else inside the omnibus with Mr. McGilded, the true culprit. That's right. Exactly what I've been... Of course, so the two people sitting inside the cabin that the witnesses saw through the skylight that night. They were the victim and the real culprit. Oh, right. Yeah. I'm dumb. Right. I'm dumb. I realized that I made the suggestion earlier of like, oh yeah, they couldn't see that it was the guy. So he was probably sitting in the opposite seat. The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see must have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Oh, God. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zieks. People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the exact same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order, order. What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. But when elaborating on this testimony, Mr. Fairplane said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters don't tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hats did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I am afraid I don't remember. Don't you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. I mean, yeah. He was asleep, he did say that. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order. There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will already have made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no undereducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out that the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? Nah, demand his testimony, because I want him to testify that he was sleeping. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Okay. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. I still think that the first juror is guilty of doing the crime, or at least knows about it in some fashion, because he's constantly suspicious. I don't trust the man. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure, I have, my lord. There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Begad, no, 'tis not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all, or keep my mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true? Aye, and it was me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... What? No, Miss Magnus McGilded, that convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I was nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure ya. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed that she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this courtroom, just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. Never saw her before or since. We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witnesses' statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Fire! There's a fire! Look, someone's trying to get away after them! It's no use! I can't see anything through all the smoke. What's going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. What the heck? What is all this? We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos, as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber, we had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. To be continued. What is this case? What is going on? Now a child is involved? What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened. Mrs. Otto? I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. Smoke grenade? Sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. We're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. But he wasn't lying. What's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Huh? Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers. Which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That's strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Mrs. Sato. Yes. Okay. I guess we'll see what happens. So what I'm assuming is that she was a stowaway. We know that there was like a storage area that couldn't really fit someone large, but a child possibly could fit in there. Okay, well, she's actually not that small. Maybe she could fit in there, though. I don't know. There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded, look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zieks. My lord? I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in the courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? If I may, my lord? Yes, Mr. McGilded? I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why it is that this wee lass was here in the first place and why she tried to bolt like that? It's all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. We'll find out, it's fine. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remained somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding the omnibus, is that correct? It is exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the 5th passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. Okay. Took the backseat in the omnibus, probably nodded off. A loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start.
Hold it!
Let me get some more info there. A loud thud, you say, and a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? It was like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. Do you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed? Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fellow on the floor. You didn't see anyone? But at the same moment you did hear a scream. Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Okay.
Hold it!
Press that. You set him up? The victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said, I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would ya? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Ah, Lord von Zeeks, now why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself entangled with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens, no! I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only I had in mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example? Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes, the scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud. Then I turned to find out where the scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
Hold it!
You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball when our eyes met. Well, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. I'm really overacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. Seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You set this young girl next to a corpse, sir. Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I need to find out just who this urchin was, you see? And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fella's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down towards the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and gentleman with a knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not in fact see you at all, Mr. McGildet. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. It's certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl. After that, of course. With the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. I wonder how he must be feeling, being the defendant's lawyer, and yet finding myself as stunned as everyone by his testimony. Let's just say it's trying. We certainly had precious little time to talk to Mr. McGildet before the trial. But we mustn't be dispirited. We must just try to learn all the facts we can. Miss Naruhodo, Miss Naruhodo, no grumbling, even in your head. Why can't they just read my mind? Probably knock it off. I guess I'll do this.
Hold it!
I'm not sure what else to do other than to press him on everything. Were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were. I see. Aye, and that's why I took the back side as I did. It is the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, 'tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, it's the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. Most comfortable? Can I not... I can't look at the blood on the floor. Okay, well... It's actually rather hard when you sit on it. It's sus, but nothing too crazy. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well.
Hold it!
And this one... I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir. So I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, 'tis a queer thing. That wee scream I heard as I woke up came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under my backside. Good gracious. Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubby hole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yeah, I have already looked at there. And that's when I found her. Wait, but that's... I need to look again. Because the one that has the cubby hole... That is this one, right? Yeah, that is that one. Okay. I don't know about most comfortable, but it is this one. Wait, it's empty. It wasn't empty before. What the heck? It's blood, isn't it? Something wrong? Or just, well, this bloodstain is so obvious, that's all, and yet Van Zieks made no mention of it. That is weird. This is not the same carriage. The stuff that was inside here is gone. And there's a bloodstain on the floor now. That wasn't there before. What the heck? I mean, it might be the same carriage, but someone tampered with it. Sus. Very sus. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called as a pickpocket. What? This girl here, a petty thief. Order. Order. This is true, Miss Lestrade. Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Oh my god. Ah. How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Oh. Ah. The girl. She's gone. Open your eyes. I'm over here. Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed a gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not the custom. Right, okay. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, right? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Why do you have a gun? Is what I wonder. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah. This was in a bag I lifted the other day, down where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice in it. I like the pink best. Do not wave that thing in my direction again. Oh. So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question? Tis alright, lass. You can tell him the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. Court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. Okay. Here we go. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for my troubles that night. I'll tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then, after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did. And the scream just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. Eh, it did help me get away, mind. Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilded. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. Oh. As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night. And the cubby hole of which you've spoken is underneath this seat, I presume. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. Oh. So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if the young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Very suspect. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt of my own name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. Oh my god. I didn't think he would ever change his mind. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Wait, but there's so many things that don't make sense. Like, this should be good because we win. But there's so many things that I'm still, like, unsure about, you know? Since alive, all 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty. Mr. Naruhodo, well, it must mean what? That we're victorious. We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Oh my god. Why slam your foot on the table, Zeeks? If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It's weird. Thank you for the posture check, Zelda. So why was it empty now? It wasn't empty before. Good lord. The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilder's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? I mean, I knew this, but I guess Ryunosuke didn't, for some reason. Order. How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, Counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. This is true. I have seen that with my own eyes. Well, my Nipponese friend? Huh? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. Now this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? It wasn't empty. It's truth. The truth must come out. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as a counsel for the defense, but as far as I remember at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, Counsel? I'll be whist. What are you saying now, you daft daw? I thought you were on my side here. Now I'm on the side of the truth. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand, but it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. He's not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fella's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable, no. The court must consider the facts. That there cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why do I feel like something's not right here? We should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. And the compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times, but that certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pig purse are lying. Oh, there we go again. Can't believe I was nearly taken in. Stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cows, a lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Not again. Quite so, I must concur here. Well, this is fine. We're in equilibrium again. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Okay. This is fine. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. Okay. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, it's just like always. But it was a right old waste of time, I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place, it's pitch in there. And after a while I heard this loud bang, nearly jumped out of my skin I did, and the scream just came out. Because of that, this swell found me. Did help me get away, mind. I'm sure we could clinch the verdict we want if we can find some conclusive evidence. Yeah, but...
Hold it!
Okay, well let's press things as we always do. So you were already in the omnibus before it even set off from its run. Well, yeah. I mean, what's the point of spending a joey to make a few bob, eh? That's the rum idea, ain't it? I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief. Kindly refrain from entertaining your tenants. Well, it does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to make which cabman testified. And one little scapegrace riding for free. The red conch of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment. Full of equipment for the coach, no? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat, that's all I can tell you. Seems we've reached the end of the line of inquiry. Continue. She's cute? Yeah. Okay, right, a waste of time, got nothing to show for the troubles at night.
Hold it!
Let's press it. Well, most nights I'm on my own in the God Permit at least some of the time. I beg your pardon, did you say God Permit? Ah, yeah, well, that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a long while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it? Only that night? This cove was sat on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch, I was totally stuck. You mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister. To be sure, I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with my head and look out at the crack. Then I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle. Thought you were your pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I got under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place to hide in them carriages. So it's Opson's choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there, nothing else for it. Loud bang. When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? It could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily. That's right. And then I felt the cushion over my head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood up in order to stab the victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at the crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher's while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up, the bloke who'd fallen on the seat on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilder's account, of course. But then, the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking. It's because of that this swell found me. Did help me get away, mate. And when Mr. McGilda discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place. I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit, and he ended up falling onto me. How awful. Both my hands covered in blood. Made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilda for a while, is that correct? He asked me for some stuff. Wanted to know my name and what I was up to and all that. Then I heard something from above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing my face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." Okay. So what do I even... I need to present some evidence, I think. But I don't know what. Like, I don't even have. I really don't know what to do. Am I missing something? Like, he didn't react to any of the other things, right? Blah. I don't know.
Hold it!
I'm just trying to find anything here. There's something weird going on, but I don't know how to get to the point. Oh god, I don't know. Lift the cushion is what he said. Like, I can't present it there, can I? You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child, you know, now do you? Now... But does he... Because you don't lift a cushion, right? There's like a handle. I mean, I guess you lift the cushion in general by using the handle. Maybe I'm just seeing things that aren't, like... anything at all. I don't know. I don't know what to go for. There's something suspicious going on.
Hold it!
So couldn't see into the cabin at all. Pushed up the cushion. I was hoping that one of them would react to what one of the others said, but they haven't at all. Oh, wait. Wait. Now he did. Did he do that last time? I didn't even realize. It feels too much like being thrown in the clink. I don't know what he's reacting to here. The dark places or being thrown in the clink.
Excuse me!
There we go. That's what I was looking for. Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Ah, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no, it was nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Aye, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade. Did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Jobbers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. Yeah. What should we make of that last statement of hers? Profoundly important. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said is that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind, Counsel. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating the last statement, please. What? The supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right, insult the judge. Always a good move. All I could hear was snoring. Okay, let me press it for a second. So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hit yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have butchers to see what's what. But then, when I saw this swell guy getting on, I got my head down so I didn't notice. And Mr. McGilded sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah. Would you let him unleave it then? What a mug. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, soaring like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that? It doesn't add up. Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Ziek realized it too. If she didn't hear anything, she wouldn't have heard the door opening for another passenger to get on, right? The door would have opened multiple times, or at least, well, not multiple times, but at least one more time. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. Gilded snoring, but think. There's something else she should have heard. Okay. Oh god, now I'm not sure. I guess a person, right? Show a person. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. Can't save, I presume? I think I can. I can always save.
Take that!
I don't think I need to, though. Voice flared Mason. Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Order, order. Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board of the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus all that time. Did I not say as such? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for the swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, he knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my limbed friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. But no. Is that right? How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And the girl is a pickpocket, let's not forget that. Granny, no! No! Granny! Don't betray us! Not like this. She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. Neither can I. Mr. Foreman? I didn't want to judge this girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways, but I must say, I cannot abide liars. She isn't lying. Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you've spared me. Yes, very refreshing. God, what are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Abadan? This is carnage, it's perfect. Juror number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know. If you can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilder's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Oh no! Oh? Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel? I'm sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I would not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand, and yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. He was in there already. There's another entrance. He was put there after he died. He was in there already. No, because if he was in there already, that would mean our friend, like, for one, she would have seen it, and our defendant would have seen it. Why would they both lie about that? That doesn't make any sense. Because, like, you don't get into a carriage with a corpse in there. He was already seen in the carriage having fallen over before the witnesses reported dead. Yeah, so one thing is possible, right? That he fell through the skylight. Or I don't know if it can open up. Because if that's possible, someone can dump him in there, right? Like, he might have been seated on top, and then someone killed him and pushed him into the carriage. Love how much Rinosuke's eyes are flickering around. Yeah, he's stressed to heck, but that makes sense. I mean, he's kind of up in a corner here. Oh God. I mean, how do I... I'm gonna say this one because it makes like I consider the skylight to be another entrance, but I don't know if that's true. They might not see it that way. Can you open this up? There is a latch thing, right? Can I not see that? Yeah, I do see a latch. They don't mention it though, which makes me scared, but... What about... Oh, this is the roof deck. Make me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that's the real crime. Oh no. Okay, well... I'm gonna say... There's another entrance. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door, the other only has windows. Fixed windows, which cannot possibly be opened. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection!
But there could be. There is one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. All right, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Okay. Where on earth is this entrance? It is this.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say the skylight?
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost had me lost for words. However,
Objection!
the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Both Mr. McGilded and Mr. Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from his seat, having been assaulted with a dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses describe? A noise loud enough to cause Mr. Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin? That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Oh? Might a humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that it's not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof? You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... Ah. Oh? Here they are again. Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You rotter! He said you rotter! What are you insinuating? Oh my god, look at him go! He's about to fight. Why is it like horse sounds? He's galloping. This is a flaming outrage. I've a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay? You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman, well-respected banker. And me, a very, very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too, about you rotten scoundrel. Okay, well they're all four there now. Order, order. This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. Ah, it's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may command. Go ahead, Lord Van Zieks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British court of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fella. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there is filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Testify. Testify. What's happening, Mr. Narhoda? The spectators in the public gallery they're in complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord. You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. I like that Mr. McGilder was just laughing slightly. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Hat boy, can you keep your hat still for a second? We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear to that. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us knew the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say that on listening to this testimony, it's somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open-roofed deck, without the other noticing forthwith. That's right. You see, we're innocent, I tell ya. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another. What? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really, so why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh yes, my lord. Okay. You're the only two people up on the roof deck.
Hold it!
So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck? Absolutely not, Dickon. No question about it, he said. None at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with the man here. That's true, Mr. McGilded. Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. That's an outright lie. Without doubt you were engaged in. Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all? Tis all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. Ah, I saw you. With my own eyes. This is going so well. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us could have noticed?
Hold it!
That's impressive. It was on the final run of the omnibus. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. Is this some kind of lark? Is this some kind of joke, he said. Is that what this is? Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly. Oh, you fair dinkum, sir. Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you. Oh my god, these guys. I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again. That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell ya. And we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. Now, it was a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real and cold. It is hardly surprising. Seeing things. I believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point. You don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then it's only fair that you and the other have been are too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really. Okay. So you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Oh, no. Not once, never. He'd never met the man before, he said. Never. And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hunters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin.
Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded? Yes, counsel? What can I be doing for ya? Or you? What can I be doing you for? Did the Mrs.'s last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection. Is that right now, I wonder? What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay, it has been too long, so it has. If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe it's fast approaching, is not your repayment date? I beg your pardon. You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest, you tricked me. It's extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass all his crimes off on another? Ah. And young Mr. First? Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding about on your head, is that one of your own creations, is it? Well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. Perfect fit, is it? Well, it is a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers? Such as thrice fat Mason? There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence of war, my lord. This you mean. I can't help thinking that the poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh. That's one of my hats. Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. Uh-oh. Sort of customer, I'd wager you could have had a wee quarrel over. Over the distinctiveness of the goods. Yes. Good job. Oh no, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Speaking is hard, yeah, it is. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel. He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGill has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please, don't let my little interruption hold up the proceedings. Wait, what was that? I got an achievement. Oh, okay. Interesting. I guess that's an optional thing. I'm quite certain about that Skylight was shut the entire time. I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute, that's what he said. Take a look for yourself. Go on. Why was the game paused? Because I tapped out, but I went to the achievement thing. You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. Yeah, you can't see it when I do that. It is the overlay thing, but the stream doesn't see it, but it does pause the game. So it is. Of course, a fella the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it, it's still and all. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand? No. You hold on there a minute, sir. The size of the thing, it means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion while I broke wind, loudly. I struck myself with it, as it happens. Okay. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. I just mean to say, well, the point is I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The sense was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. Went as red as rouge, I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? No, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside the cabin of shame. Oh.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade. It opens. The skylight. That's what you're talking about, right? Don't get the gun out. No. All them skylights open, that easy. Hi, Combat. I hope you're doing well. How goes it? Pretty good, I think. I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's going back and forth in this trial. Is there a person holding a gun at you? It's fine, don't worry about it. She just has smoke bombs. It's not actually bullets or anything. It won't harm you. It's fine. You're doing good, nice. I'm glad to hear it. More easily than you can load that weapon? That's a lie, I tell ya. Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from the inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago I was up on the roof deck of one of the drags, and I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out of my ears. Mr. Strut, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, got wise on me. Wait, the last bloke's purse, they got wise on me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used the skylight, opened the catch, and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open it from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck. Bailiff. Climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify the witness's claims. Well, we've seen it. I know it's true. The latch is there. There we go. Ah! Oh, my hat. See? Order, order, order! So it appears that the street girl's statements are quite true. Or statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens, and from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo, this could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. The skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Okay, let me... Now the catch has been undone, we should be able to open it. There we go. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. And there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. Okay, but... What is that? Wait, what's this? Is that blood? No, why can't I click on the blood? Can I? Is that just impossible? There's blood on there. I guess we can't see it, yeah. Well, I know that there's blood on there at least.
Objection!
The blood is invisible. Maybe. Reveals damning inconsistency, that last statement. Damning, you say? Oh. Wait, did it not work? Do I have to press him first?
Hold it!
I guess press him on that? That's right, I don't want to hear it. You came here to say what we saw, I tell you, not for this. But you call us both shysters, brand us as criminals. You call us liars, that's what he means, and accuse us of doing it. As it stands at the moment, there's no hard evidence that incriminates yourself now, is there? I believe we're in much the same position as one another here. If I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth. I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way. I couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Although by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilded either. It's so hard to know what to believe in here. I think we should try to remember that it's evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of the trial. No one can argue against the size of evidence, including the members of the jury. They're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, precisely. Well, the thing is, I thought... Wait, I mean, there must be a way to see the blood. Or maybe from inside. Maybe now that I've opened it, I can look on the inside. Maybe. There. It does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why someone like me? Ah! What is it? Look, just there. Look at this. That's without question. It's blood. Why would there be a bloodstain there? Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? There we go. I needed that. So then I can present it on that last statement.
Objection!
There we go. I did the right thing, except I hadn't, like, uncovered the clue, I guess, on the same thing. Which is kind of silly, but that I had to be so specific about it. But oh well, we got there. On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. And immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Yeah? What is it, Zelda? Those are the facts and the irrefutable proof. Do I play soccer? No. It's clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. Bye, Zelda. What? That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. You can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell ya. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. Counsel. My lord? I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? Okay. Right there. Oh, that's the thing. I meant to present it.
Got it!
Got it! By Jupiter, is that blood? This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No. Oh. Order. But the blood could have been sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. It only found its way to that particular spot on the skylight, sure, and that would be very convenient. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? Salty plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fellow dropped from a far height right there, so it is. What? No. But it can't be. It's all lies. My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So, I still don't trust it, because the evidence was tampered with. The evidence was tampered with, and I know for a fact that the blood stain on the floor wasn't there the first time I examined it. And that bothers me, you know? Because that means that the bloodstain on the skylight also could have been fabricated. Oh, God. I don't want... If he's guilty, I don't want him to go free by fabricating evidence, you know? But I don't know what else I can do other than provide them with evidence that I have, right? So they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us a delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. On three then, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
Oh. Here we go. A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zeeks? Oh. A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety. No such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began. But are you suggesting, Lord Van Zieks, that the stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session. What? There we go. What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zieks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut tut, Lord Van Zieks, this will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Oh, no. I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. Blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But if yous will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time the court has been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during the trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best I can, but still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh, good gracious. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, there is. Seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly. The recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. All the smoke. What's going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. Call an emergency recess. Clear the courtroom. It was a mess. The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten, feckless gouger? Feckless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think it is, changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as... To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Have a good rest of the lurk, Zelda, and thank you for being here. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zieks, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Well, I did open the storage compartment though. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. And what do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? Yes. My lord? Yes, counsel. There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you'd better start watching your back. Silence, Mr. McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. Grr. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's truth and deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly is this alleged mark that you claim appeared at some point during the trial? So this... Wait, can I not? Ah, okay, I can move both. I'm dumb. Yes. Oh, oops.
Got it!
If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight into the floor of the cabin, we would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. The trial is over. Mr. McGilded? I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it is all over now. But you're the defendant. It is over, I tell you. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, it is all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain over there is there now. Well, And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord? I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yes. Which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now, with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Oh my god, what do we do? Yes, my lord. The defense believes... Do I... Ah, god. That is... Do I want... Like, as a lawyer, I should be like, yeah, of course he's innocent. But as someone who wants to know the truth about this whole thing, I want to say that he could be guilty because, well, he could be. Nothing has disproven it. Nothing has proven that someone else is guilty. There's just too many, like, flaws and things like that. So I'm just gonna do this. I am here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience at least attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there's no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good gracious me. Order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question? Are you of a sound mind? Oh, it was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. What? I must say, didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Huh? Your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? This just as the right honourable gentleman so succinctly puts it afore. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. Well. I really don't know what to make of all of this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. Stinking rich are always guilty of something. Here, mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I haven't doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. The one who just laughed like a maniac? Because I wouldn't trust him. Now that the proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
Objection!
But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Zieks, my lord. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection!
But wait. When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zieks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in that matter. That's unfair. The culpability of the defendant has not at the present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. What? Well, Lord Van Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fellow, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? It's the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGildred. Good grief, you've more to say to me, have you? Just one thing, a warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. I hereby pronounce the defendant Mr. Magnus McGildred not guilty. Well, we did it, I guess. I don't know if I should be happy about it. Like, we won the trial, but I don't trust the man at all. I can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. What are you talking about? The man's been declared innocent. Well, at the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. With the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. So my assumption is the reason the Reaper guy, Van Zieks, got out of retirement after like 5 years of not prosecuting is to try and get this man behind bars. Because he's such a big deal, right? He's just buying his way out and planting evidence, all that type of stuff. So there was just this chance that they could prosecute him and get him convicted, and then this happens. It's not great. That certainly was a long trial. Ah, yes, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. To you, Mr. Zato. Thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Mr. McGilded. And the girl that was with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yeah, definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man, then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. It's water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. Nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and obstinate deed. It is grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now, the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Ah, that be whist. You're a humble people, are ya? You from the East? Well, if you insist. But have this. Still in all, you deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. I'd like to follow me into the courtroom. To the courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally. I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. It is a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you all have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. Well then, there he goes, free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Oh. Don't move. Where's, I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Mr. Stroud, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry? I hate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. What? Who is this? What is going on? Naughty, naughty, running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? I'm taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Yeah. Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Grr. Oh, excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though, at all? I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing onto a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. What's it? What? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory. What for? To apologize, of course, silly. To my technician. What? You mean, say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you about that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along then. Follow me. Fine. Have it your way. Oh, good. You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing at the end. Fairly sure that what she wants to do is not get shot by that massive gun of yours. We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. What the heck is going on? She was a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right, but where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings, but at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our usefulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room, or mansion. Well, at least we didn't get any blood money, you know. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of the first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over. Yep. Oh.
What's going on? Get the
Fire!
Water!
Oh my god. They set fire to the omnibus.
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
Who's inside?
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
This can't be.
Huh. So who is in there? That is the question on my mind right now. And who started the fire? That's also a big one. We didn't start the fire. Yeah, that was actually pretty smooth. I like that case. Very weird. There's a lot of problems with it and not a lot of answers still. But maybe in episode 4 we'll get answers. I guess we'll start it and then I can leave it there for today. Because it is almost dinner time for me. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Invisible killer, you say? Interesting. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious. I felt like we were staying at a palace. And with all the gaslights twinkling, it was bright as a day, even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops, sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. Oh, I really am sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodgings straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. London is a scary place. Good morning to you at this early hour. Oh, yes, well. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. The daughter's son is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening, thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been apprised of the events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh. No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So I'm a lawyer now. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense this dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? Okay, we just saw this, so yeah, he just laughs a lot. Just can't help wondering if Mr. McGill really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo, it's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial. F. No! What? Mr. McGilded is dead? Was he trapped in the carriage? I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. Okay. I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already. The police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of Mr. McGilded. That's awful. The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. The bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Yep, he did. It's trying to remind me of things that happened like 5 minutes ago. An inspection of the omnibus. Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then, who was Mr. McGilded talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer a concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Poor Mr. McGilded. Well, that is that, I guess. Let's talk about British courts. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was... wow. Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Susato-san is such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. Why does she always reply to my thoughts? Why can't she read my mind? The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. Most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but that case was anything but simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Something funny. No, my apologies. However, the fact is that we did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much is at least an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I've prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? Okay. New case. Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me it's a murder, and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did you just read my mind? Seems like everyone can. That is to say, no one has died as yet. And the trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes and 19 seconds to be precise. So the trial's tomorrow then. Is everything alright? Yes, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial. Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh. If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Ugh, here we go again. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time you mentioned the 23 hours, you said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Sogi. I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn about how the greatest justice system in the world worked so he could spend hours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself, and there's another thing. Oh. Another thing? Continue. On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. Something very important. And what exactly would that be? He never had the chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done, if he'd ever made it to Great Britain. We're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion. Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Asogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police officer in charge of the case. Or inspector, not officer. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there? So, I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. Okay, well, great. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, you never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. Ah. He's got some, is that fish and chips? Maybe. I don't know. He's got something. Some food, it looks like. But I will have to leave that until another time because I'm hungry. And seeing the food actually makes me more hungry. So we're just... Oh. Well, we already saved, but sure. We'll save twice, just in case. But yeah, that's it. That's gonna be it for me. Let me see where I can send you. Oh, I can send you over to Sack. He's playing some Satisfactory. I've never raided him before, but he seems very nice. And he's raising money for Jingle Jam. So I'll send you over there and see how it is. Should be very relaxing, I'd say. Satisfactory always is. But yeah, thank you everyone for watching. I hope you had a good time. We managed to defend a person which we may or may not have been innocent. I'm not quite sure. There's going to be a lot of weirdness going on, I'm sure, with those cases. Maybe we'll get to the bottom of it in the end, but we'll see. Tomorrow I won't be here because I have an appointment and I need to travel, so I don't have time to stream really. But I will be back on Thursday with more of this. So hopefully until then, go say hi to Secadonian for me. Send some love over there. Maybe give him a follow if you're so inclined. And yeah, I think that's about it. Have a good one. And stay cozy, stay safe, stay hydrated. And until next time. Bye bye everyone. Bye bye.